It's a very good afternoon from me, Brendan Kelly. We are live from Witbank Dam in the shadows of the Kusile Power Station in the background, based at the Boat and Caravan Club at Steve's Place, what is commonly known as Barham Bay. Absolutely fantastic venue for Formula One powerboat racing, as well as the other classes that will be in action here today. We've got the Formula 30s as well as the hard bottoms. We do apologize for the delay in going live. We experienced some untimely internet issues, but that is all sorted and we are now live. We caught up with a couple of the Formula One drivers, or actually all of the Formula One drivers, before the time trials this morning. Catching up with the first of the Formula One drivers, Morné Herald, third in the championships at the moment and still in with a realistic chance.
Yeah, thanks Brendan. Like I said, we came up, did a couple of testing, changed a couple of motors, new props, and try our best in time trials and see if we can make a whole shot in the start, like I always say, and then from there it should be easy. But unfortunately, we've got this new 2.5s on the water, and it's going to be difficult to catch them. But we'll give it a good go and take it from there.
Dylan Moelman, finally making your Formula One debut. You must be excited at this stage.
Yeah, very excited to get back in the water. It's been a long break from the water, so keen to get back on and to see what happens.
The boat, have you had much seat time in it?
None at all. So I haven't been in a boat in a good 10 years, probably 12 years. So we'll just see what happens. Take it easy and just drive carefully and just get comfortable. That's what practice is about today.
Ronan Dixon, last race of the season, leading the championships, small lead in the championships, but it all comes down to this one.
Yeah, I think it's going to definitely be an interesting race today. Looking forward to it. There's nice, strong competition today. So I think we're going to be in for a bit of work.
Another couple of boats running the 2.5 litre motors as well, so you're certainly going to have your work cut out front.
No, definitely. I think it's going to be very interesting, especially with Bruce. He's a very good driver, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how he goes.
Feyenoord de Jager, another of the drivers making a return to Formula One. You must be looking forward to today.
Yes, I'm looking forward. We haven't been on the water for quite some time, but we're looking forward to see what we can do today, and just happy to be back in it.
You haven't had much time to test the boat. You also running the 2.5 litre motor on the boat as well, so should be interesting to see how time trials go.
No, we didn't test the boat. There was just not enough time, and we're running the 2 litre today. So we will see how the 2 litre goes on the boat. I'm sure it will do good. We used to run it with an Optimax, and it was fast with that. So I think with the 2 litre today, we will have some good results.
And Witbank Dam got some scary memories for you. Does that play in the back of your mind?
No, not at all. Luckily, I was not conscious when the accident when I had the accident, so it's something from the past. After that, I gained a lot of experience, so it's something that happened, and it's something of the past.
Chatting to the next of the drivers, Chris Renke, tell us how you're feeling at this stage.
Yeah, excited. Second race so far. Did the first one at Germiston, so this would be the second one for this season, so looking forward to it.
What attracts you to the life of Formula One powerboat racing?
The adrenaline, I suppose, eh? It's always, when you get in, it's like when you do a practice ride, you just get out there and you got this big smile on your face. So, I suppose it's the adrenaline rush that attracts me.
Keegan Frankovich, second in the championship at the moment. All comes down to today, and the first time out for you with the 2.5 on the back.
Yeah, for sure. Very much looking forward to it. We did testing this week and it went well. So, yeah, we're going to see how it goes today and try our best to take points home. So, yeah, obviously gunning for the championship, but yeah.
Just 2 points separate you up at the top. I think it's as close as 2 points. And so anything can happen. It is Formula One powerboat racing, so anything can happen.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be a tight race, very exciting. There's very fast boats today, so yeah, looking forward to it.
John Ross Duncan, fifth in the championships at the moment. It's not over and done yet. You must be looking forward to a good weekend.
Yes, definitely. New motor today, so yeah, we're going to see.
You run in the 2.5 as well?
No, 2 litre. Yeah. And yeah, it's going to be exciting. There's lots of boats. It's going to really be exciting.
Bruce Repsold, after having served the shortest retirement from Formula One powerboat racing, you find yourself back on the water and back in your old boat.
Yeah, it was just one of those things. We're still on a bit of a retirement, but they did phone us last week and asked if we could just fill up the grid a bit and just help out and stuff. On top of that, now we've got a 2.5 on the boat, and it's more of an experimental thing than anything else, just to see how the 2.5 can handle the narrower boats and all that, the older boats, so that we can open up the class for next year.
The next year, the season already looking good. Races filling up and the calendar almost in place. So exciting times for Formula One racing in South Africa.
Oh yes, definitely. We're definitely on the up and up. Looks very, very positive, and hopefully it will be pretty exciting.
Michael Wessels, a little bit of change of proceedings jumping into your dad's boat this weekend. You must be looking forward to a good one.
Yeah, look, I couldn't get my boat right in time. Couple of changes just to get it in its sweet spot. I rode it yesterday, but I mean, the flip did quite a bit of damage. So it was a rush. So I thought, let me not rush it. And I was going to come to help my dad. And then literally after, when we just got here, we decided last minute, let me race his boat. He's going to race the other hard bottom boat. So at least I get to be on the water. So I've never driven the boat, so I'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Well, there's the boats as they start lining up for the time trials. Let's have a look at the championship standings. And just a correction there, the difference between Keegan Frankovitz and Ronan Dixon, as much as 5 points that separate them, and not the 2, as we mentioned. Morne Herald slightly off there, down in 40 with 47 points. Then it's Nico Wessels, John Ross Duncan, Bruce Repsold returning, as he mentioned, with the 2.5 on the back of his old boat, so he will surely be a guy to watch this weekend. And then Michael Wessels in the early morning practice out in his dad's boat, that Moore hull built in France by David Moore, and incidentally the only one of that type of hull in the country. Wessels was the quickest of the boats out on the water in the early morning practice. So it's all going to come down to the time trials. Ronan Dixon with one hand on the trophy at the moment, but as we said earlier in the interviews, it is Formula One powerboat racing and anything can happen. It's going to be an absolute humdinger. The sequence that they will go out for the time trials. First up will be Bruce Repsold in the number 13 boat, racing in the colours of CC Crane Hire. He'll be followed by Ronan Dixon, the championship leader in the Dixon Premium Batteries, Italian-built DAC hull. Then we've got Dylan Wilman. He's sponsored by Car Shop and Bike Shop from Rivonia, as well as Dixon Premium Batteries, and making his debut in Formula One. Then we have got a welcome return to a man who competed for so long overseas in the Formula 2 World Championship, Wynand de Jager. He sponsored Beauvue Holdings, Protein Lab, Peace for Gaza, Peace for the Ukraine, as well as Buerta and Diesel Executive Motors from Verenigen. Then the 46 boat quickest man in practice, as we said, Michael Wessels, racing in the colours of Boaters World. Then we have got 58. Keegan Frankovitz, racing in the colours of Dixon Batteries, the second of the Dixon Batteries boats. He's not in the DAC this time around. He is in the Baba built hull, the boat built by Massimo Rogero. Then we have got Chris Renker, boat number 66, racing in the colours of Propvest Property Management and Dovila Racing. Then we've got the 99 machine, the JR Racing entry of John Ross Duncan, also sponsored by Neil and Sons Boat Shop, as well as Sunset Boats. And then the last boat on the grid, 9 boats making it out for the time trials, will be the 111 boat of Morne Herald, and he's sponsored by Veldrift Marine Services, Boatyard Club from Mykonos, as well as Wingfield Motors. So the 9 Formula Ones, there's Morne Herald going out now in the 111 boat, is getting that boat turned around. The slipway is fairly restricted at here at the Boat and Caravan Club, so it just takes a little time to get all of the boats out on the water for the time trials. Really has been good to see Morne Herald back on the water, a man who's been around powerboat racing from the early 90s and now in 2024 still competing at the highest level in the Formula One Championship. Just giving a thumbs up to his crew that are on the banks watching, making sure that everything is A-OK before the time trials. Today's action of Formula Ones will be 3 heats, or 3 heats across all of the classes, the Formula 30s as well as the hard bottoms as well. Not too sure why Mornay has stopped where he has. The boats should be heading up to the top side of the dam. Oh, there he goes now. Maybe just a practice start from him. As he mentioned in the interview earlier, he's normally very quick off the starts. Very quick out of the dock. Just practice in there. I see there is another boat that has gone out onto the water. That is Keegan Frankovitz in the Baba Hull is the next boat out. Boats starting to head up to the top side of the dam. Most of them up there milling already in their positions. They will each get to 2 timed laps. We'll put a stopwatch on them when they come. It will be unofficial times, but we'll put a stopwatch on them, and let's see who will grab that exclusive pole position for race number 1 here at Witbank Dam. I happened to chat to Patrick Lees, a legendary Formula One driver from the early 80s, and chatting to him and just overheard a conversation and him just complimenting Carl Frankovitz, the man who's been instrumental in getting boats back on the water, as to the quality, the quality of the boats that we've got, and they are all really looking very good and well prepared. And Patrick Lees was most impressed with the standard of the boats as they head out. That's the 99 machine of John Ross Duncan, the JR Racing, as well as Neil and Sons Boat Shop and Sunset Boats, the sponsored entry. That's the Caldwell Marine boat that was that took part in the F1 World Series with the inboard motor. It had a Nissan V6 motor, but never achieved great success. 2 South Africans that went over and raced the Caldwell Marine boats in Brett Stewart and South African champion Paul Shepherd. But the boats, they couldn't get the gearboxes to last in them, so the boats have come back to South Africa. Some modifications having been made to the layout, the design of them, and transoms put back on and gone back to outboard motors. John Ross with a bit of a porpoise as he heads down the back straight to go and line up in his position for the time trials. Great crowd that has already started gathering on the side of the banks to watch the action. An absolutely beautiful venue to watch powerboat racing from. I haven't heard any different, but I think we should have all 9 boats out on the water. Don't think anybody has got any problems. Just seen 8 at the moment. Oh, commentators curse once again. There's the 9th boat. Looks like it's gone back onto its trailer. That's John Ross Duncan. That unfortunately looks like he's got a problem. But they have given the green flag. So first of the boats looks like it's going to go straight into the time trials now. Let's get that stopwatch ready. That's Bruce Repsold out on the water and caught me a little unawares there. I didn't have my stopwatch out in time. We'll certainly get his second lap as he comes through. Drivers possibly have been given a warm-up lap to go around, and when they come through on the second lap, will it be their timed lap? Down the back straight he goes. Man who really likes to get lots of air underneath the boat is Bruce Repsold. Very, very quick driver. And the first time out for him with the 2.5 litre motor on the back there, as we mentioned in the interviews earlier on. 3 or 4 of the boats now running with the 2.5s. The 2 litre, the V6 2 litre spares have become so scarce worldwide that he unfortunately been really forced to change to the 2.5. It had to happen eventually. It's been in the making for many, many years. But Bruce Repsold with that boat beautifully set up. Looking for a very quick lap from him. Going through in a 41.25. As we mentioned, these times are completely unofficial. It's me sitting with a stopwatch in the studio, just watching them go around there. The official time scorers are up on the Talisman Higher tower, the control tower on the side of the river. We have got 3 people taking times there, and then they give the average amongst the 3 of them to get to the closest, get the times as close as possible. As once again, absolutely perfect setup for Repsold. The water conditions are stunning out there. Nice glassy conditions. There is a massive bass fishing competition taking place on the dam as Repsold betters his time. He goes through in a 40.97. So good time there for Bruce Repsold. Just that time that he has set now is quicker than the time that we saw from Michael Wessels in the early morning practice. And Bruce has been changing propellers, testing different types of propellers, different size propellers, and he looks like he's certainly got one to his liking. But we'll see what the rest of the guys do when they come out. But setting the early benchmark in the time trials, Bruce Repsold with the best time, the time of 40.97 for him. Comes around now. He has the opportunity to go straight onto the trailer and start getting that boat ready for heat number 1. Next up will be the 32 boat in the colours of Dixon Premium Batteries. That is the newest boat in the country, 2004 DAC, the Italian-built DAC by the legendary Guido Cappellini. And Ronan Dixon just gets more and more confident every time he goes out there. That fantastic spray job on the boat as well. Down the back straight, it's blue. When it comes down the main straight in front of us, it's red. Getting lots of drive out of that motor at the moment. Nice low rooster tail, just keeping it nice and low as he heads through there, attacking the corners more and more aggressively every time he goes out. We've got the stopwatch on him now. He just has to keep it neat and tidy today, as we said earlier on this morning. One hand on the trophy, dumps it a bit into the corner there, but pops out nice and quick, recovers nicely from that, and gets the boat running on its cushion. Very stable as he powers his way down the back straight. Oh, and he manages to better the time of Bruce Repsold, a time of 39.85, so marginally better than Bruce Repsold. Can he go even quicker this time around? Should be interesting to see. It looks like he has gone quicker, just checking the sector times down the back straight. It looks like he has possibly gone even quicker this time. But that was his 2 laps, so he's backed out of it. Thought he would have done 2 laps, but let's get the next driver coming through. Dylan Wilman, the 33 boat, racing in the colours of Car Shop and Bike Shop from Rivonia, as well as Dixon Premium Batteries. He raced all the junior classes as a youngster and now making his Formula 1 debut. Keeping the boat trimmed down. Still needs to get accustomed to the feel of it. First time that he has ever driven the boat was today. See him trimming the nose down quite a distance before the the Turd Boys, and he goes through in a time of 53.2, so slightly off the pace there, but as we said, first time out for him in the boat, so we just expect bigger and better things from him. Just watching him getting the nose of the boat down as he approaches the Turn Boys. The driving style that you need in a carbon fiber boat, completely different to the wooden type boats that we used to race. The wooden boats used to flex into the corners, and you could attack the corners a lot harder and aggressively. But the carbon fiber boats tend to be quite flighty, and you need to really be on top of your game. Second lap going through, time of 50 seconds dead, 50.00 for Dylan Moelman. Just thinking back to the first time that I ever raced a carbon fiber boat, attacked the corner same as I did in a wooden boat and overshot the turn buoy by about 50 meters. The boat just wouldn't put its nose down. So you really have to think your way through the corners with the carbon fiber boats. Wynand de Jager in the 44 boat should be the next of the boats to come through. We see Wynand de Jager now firing the engine, about to come through for his 2 laps in the time trials. Doesn't sound like that engine is reaching peak RPM, and a serious porpoise as he went past the start-finish buoy. Wynand de Jager actually had a factory drive for the Baba racing team in the Formula 2 World Series. Boat with a bit of a hop and a skip as it goes back. There's something horribly wrong with the setup there. Sounding a lot better this time around. His time there, 54.62. Sounding much better this time around. Just battling for drive. You notice the boat bucking as it comes back down the back straight. Just not getting that drive that we saw from Ronan Dixon's boat earlier. But in a much better time of 44.43 seconds for Wynand de Jager. So a lot better the second lap. Looking much better now. Attacks the corner more aggressively. This should be a better lap. And manages to go take another second off that. So 40 in the 44 Barber. Just see John Ross Duncan heading back out onto the water. He should be the 8th of the boats to go out, so hopefully they've got that problem sorted out that he needed to get sorted out. Michael Wessels in the Boaters World Moor should be the next of the boats to come through. And all eyes will be on the bright red boat of Michael Wessels. The Boaters World Moor comes through now, the man that was quickest in early morning practice. This should be a good lap from Michael Wessels. 42.87 on the warm-up, so still got a bit of going to catch up to the time set by Ronan Dixon, the 39.85, the quickest of the boats so far. Also battling with a little bit of a porpoise, turning from the bottom turn buoy as they head down the long straight, a very long back straight for the boats. .13, so consistent times there for Michael Wessels, but about just 3-4 seconds off the quickest time so far set today. Just once again a reminder that these times that I giving you are completely unofficial. We will get the official times at the end of the time trials. This time of 42.86, so managing to better that time by a fraction, couple of fractions of a second, does Michael Wessels. Next out will be another relative newcomer taking part in his second race. It is the 66 boat of Chris Renke, racing in the colours of PropFest Property Management as well as Davilo Racing. Oh, let's correct that. It's the 58 boat of Keegan Frankovich, the next of the boats up, the second of the Dixon premium battery entries. And as we mentioned earlier, deciding to race the Barber Hull this weekend. He prefers the Barber for the upcountry races and the DAC for the coastal races. The Barber, a very short, flighty boat and extremely quick. Now fitted with a 2.5 litre motor as well. So let's see what Keegan Frankovitz can do. One thing that Frankovitz has shown us so far this season is that he certainly likes to attack the corners very aggressively, very quick around the corners, carries lots of speed through, pops it back onto the cushion of air almost immediately, and absolutely screaming down the back straight. It looks like this time should be very, very close to the championship leader, Ronan Dixon. And unfortunately having some finger trouble there. I double clicked the button on the stopwatch, so I didn't get a time there, but we'll get his second time and see where it puts him on the start grid for race number 1 of the Witbank Formula 1 Powerboat Grand Prix. Well, the second time that I got from him, 40.35, so just behind Ronan Dixon. Dixon a 39.85, and Frankovitz a 40.35. But unfortunately, I didn't get the first time that he got. It looked like it could have actually been quicker. So it will be tight up front between the two Dixon Premium Battery entries. And Mr. Consistency, that first lap that I got was 40.35. This lap a 40.38. So a very consistent driving there from Keegan Frankovitz. He certainly has been impressive so far this season. Some great performances from him. Pops the canopy now, gets some fresh air into that boat. You won't believe how warm it gets in the hull of a Formula 1 boat, but with the design changes on them now, lots of airflow diverted through the cockpit to keep the driver nice and cool. So the next one up should be the 66 boat of Chris Renke now, in the colours of PropFest Property Management and De Villo Racing. As Frankovitz brings the 58 Dixon Premium Batteries Barber onto the trailer. Chris Renke gets his boat fired up, starts heading down the main straight to start. A massive thank you to Wildcat Inflatables, Thomas Charles and his team from down in the Western Cape for the manufacturing of the Turnboys, a brand new set of Turnboys that Wildcat Inflatables have made for us. And then to Dixon Batteries, Dixon Premium Batteries, bringing you all of the live stream action from Witbank Dam. Renke looking most impressive down the back straight so far. A little bit deep into the corner at the top side of the circuit. At a time of 47.08 for Chris Renke. Also a massive thank you to Link Online once again responsible for our feed to bring you the live stream action from the Witbank Dam Powerboat Festival. And another 3 seconds off his time for Chris Renke, 44.90. So improving his time there substantially. It looks like Chris Renke has aborted his second lap. So onto the trailer he goes. Next up then should be the 99 boat of John Ross Duncan. Just him and Mornay Herald left out on the water. Looks like it's Mornay Herald that's going to go before John Ross Duncan. Not sure what has happened where John Ross Duncan is, but let's get the stopwatch going. On we go with the 111 of Mornay Herald, racing in the colours of Velddrift Marine Services, Boatyard Club from Club Mykonos, as well as Wingfield Motors. Mornay got the boat hanging nicely, beautifully balanced as he goes through. This should be an impressive lap from him. .43.97 for Mornay Herald. Really got the boat pitched up nicely, running on about 10 centimeters of the back part of the boat. Just flying it beautifully down the back straight for Mornay Herald. And he goes through slightly slower this time, a 44.40 for Mornay Herald. And another 44 from him, 44.71 this time. So his warm-up time was actually the quickest time there, 43.97. Followed that up with a 44.40 and then a 44.71. We should have just one more Formula One to come through, and that'll be the 99 boat of John Ross Duncan. Not too sure what Mornay Herald is up to, but that's now his fourth lap. Looks like he's really having fun out there. I didn't even put the stopwatch on him that time around, because he only allowed two timed hot laps. Just waiting for confirmation if John Ross, we saw him with that problem early on. It sounds like he possibly came back off the water again, out of the camera shot. So it doesn't look like John Ross Duncan will be taking part in the time trials. All right, that concludes the time trials by the look of things. And the man who will be on pole position for race number 1 is boat number 32, Ronan Dixon, racing in the colours of Dixon Premium Batteries. Well, we saw the last of the Formula One boats heading off the water there onto its trailer as we have another look at the Kusile power station on the far side of the dam. We are going to cross straight to race number 1 in the Formula 30s. The hard bottoms are going to start launching their boats. And so while they launch, let's catch up with the action from race number 1 in the Formula 30 class. Boats all already lined up. Pole position, boat number 7, that's Jordan Allen, racing in the colours of Inspire Rentals. That's a company that specialises in eventing equipment, and Jordan not having it all the way from the start, from pole position, right on the far outside. It looked like it was Caroline Duncan in the 99 boat, the first car rental 99 boat. Let's see who gets around the whole shot boy first. Looks like it was the 45 boat, just picking up the number there, the 45 boat of Tristan Barham. Man who's looking for a sponsor at the moment. Home waters for him. Out in the front he goes. A substantial lead that he has already opened up in race number 1 of the Formula 30 class, or lap number 1 of the Formula 1 race. Bit of a spin out there. Oh, a lot of the boats attacking the corner quite aggressively. Jordan Allen, one of them in the number 7 boat. She has got an unassailable lead in the South African Championships. As we seem to have lost our picture, or back to the action, boat number 22. That's Gemma Allen, racing in the colours of After Hours Servicing, is young Gemma. Gemma and Jordan, twin sisters. The other racers out there, James Sampson racing in the colours of Ventserve Building Maintenance. Umari Mchunu, the young lady that stunned everybody on debut. She's in the number 1 boat, racing in the colours of Boaters World Adventures, and she's racing in memory of her father Matthew, who sadly passed away recently. There's her coming into shot now in that very impressive looking boat number 1, and she would have performed exceptionally well at the last round at Rhinefield, but unfortunately been disqualified for missing a turn buoy on numerous occasions. But that's all been sorted out as we see our. It was James Sansom in the number 4 boat, but our race leader still Tristan Barham racing in the 45 boat that has opened up a really big lead now. Raced down by his brother Tristan in the 45 boat. So it is the 45 boat. Let's get these colours right. The dark black boat. I've got that completely wrong by the look of things. We'll pick up, or they're both. I thought that was the 45. Oh, it's the number 4 boat. So it's James Sansom that leads in the Vent Serve building maintenance boat. Substantial lead that he has got, but it seems to have sat in the colours of Vent Serve building maintenance. Action starting to hot up around the turn, boys. The water getting a little choppy, and a lot of support for Tristan Barham as he comes through there. This is his home venue, so lots and lots of support from him, passing one of the back markers as he chases down. Back to the action on the water we go, and still Tristan Barham leading proceedings. Oh, no, let's get, it is Tristan Barham that is in the lead now, having overtaken James Sansom by the look of things. There was a momentary interruption. Somebody came knocking on the studio window, so I took my focus off there for a moment. Omariam Tuna still going well. Caroline Duncan ahead of her in the first car rental boat. Tristan Barham now really starting to stretch that lead. Oh, just another correction having come through, that the power station that we got shots of there, it's Duva Power Station and not Kusile Power Station. I Googled to try and sound intelligent and then got that one completely wrong. Oh, spinning out and hitting the turn buoy there. Camera focusing on the 99 boat of Caroline Duncan. Very neatly turned out boat, racing in the colours of First Car Rental. Back to our race leader as he heads down the back straight now. Boat number 8, Jason Barham, the second of the Barham boats, also looking for a sponsor. The Formula 30 class really looking good at the moment. Caroline Duncan acknowledging the flags as she comes through. Looks like we're on to the last lap of the race now. Apparently it was a yellow flag that had come out. Not down to the last laps of the race yet, but the water conditions at the top of the course now really having got rough. The boats bouncing their way through there. Caroline Duncan in the 99 boat comes through now. So Gemma Allen running very wide around that top side of the circuit, the turn buoy at the top side of the circuit. Crosses the line, acknowledges the flags as they come through, does Caroline Duncan. Oh, it looks like there's a problem there for Caroline Duncan as she comes to a standstill. Oh, apparently that was the end of the race. Apologies for that. The checkered flag had come out. There was a technical gremlin that had crept in. So next up will be the hard bottom action that will be brought to you live from Witbank Dam. Our hard bottom boats making their way out onto the water for race number 1 in the L3 boat. Anton Fourie. Great to see Anton, a man who's been around water ski racing and then various forms of powerboat racing for many years. That's the number 16 boat of his son Michael Fourie in the number 16. Unfortunately, in practice last week, lost his gearbox on the very same dam here, so they're going to organize a special get together tomorrow and try and retrieve that whole gearbox, the gearbox section that broke off the motor. So some serious modifications having gone into that Johnson motor to get it adapted to work on Michael Fourie's boat. We should see the 96 boat of Raymond Haystack. He'll be out there as well as the owner of the venue that we're at, Steve Barham. He'll be in the 34 boat. Then John Ross Duncan, having just jumped out of Formula Ones from his aborted time trials, he'll be in the 99 boat. And then a man that we'd see normally racing in Formula One as well, that'll be Nico Wessels. He'll be in that beautiful 46 boat, the boat that's painted in the colors of the American flag. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the hard bottoms. Number 17 going out. Unfortunately, I don't have a number 17 on my list. We'll ask Paul if he can maybe just find out who the number 17 is so that I can add that onto my list. Last minute instructions between driver and observer in the number 17 boat. Still just waiting for confirmation to see who is in the 17 boat. But really is great to see so many boats in all classes returning to powerboat racing in South Africa. There's that 46 boat, the Boaters World boat of Nico Wessels. Incredibly quick boat, and Nico really enjoys being behind the wheel of that one. Nico Wessels on a warm-up lap there in the 46 machine. Beautifully prepared boat. Will be a rolling start for the hard bottoms. I just wonder if that number 17 boat is not possibly the starter. We'll see. Maybe they're not in the race after all. We have sent somebody to go and check to see who is in the 17 boat and if it is possibly just a start boat and not taking part in the race as the boats start lining up now for the start of race number 1. Nico Wessels gets away well, but finds himself down in, looks like, third place as the 99 boat of John Ross Duncan dashes into the lead. Might have had a disappointing time trial, but he's certainly had a great start to the first of the hard bottom heats. Duncan comes through. Nico Wessels is the next of the boats around the turnbuoy. Then it's the 16 of Michael Fourie. Looks like he's managed to make the overtake there. Going through on the inside of Nico Wessels. Water really roughed up once again around that top turnbuoy. Boats jumping out of the water as they come through. Well, the number 17 boat is certainly in there. We'll just refer to them as mystery driver so far, or so long. Michael Fourie down the back straight now in the number 16 boat. Michael Fourie with the advantage over Nico Wessels as they chase down the man that's broken away and making a break for it out front, bouncing that boat around the corners. That's John Ross Duncan. Second place Michael Fourie. Third place at this stage it is Nico Wessels in the 46 machine. John Ross Duncan with that boat very, very well set up. Nice and tight around the turnbuoy once again for him. As our mystery driver goes through once again in the 17 machine. John Ross Duncan untroubled out in front. Hanging on for dear life as the boat bucks and bounces down the back straight around the turnbuoy and starts heading back down past the very, very appreciative crowd that has already formed on the banks of Witbank Dam. The jury is out whether that is a 77 or a number 17 on the side of that boat. Number not quite clear, but whoever it is a mystery driver and a navigator at this stage. We see the 34 boat of Steve Barham. Not sure who he's got in the boat as an observer. Only got Steve on my list. We'll also try and find out who his co-pilot is. Duncan completes another lap out in front. Got one of the slower boats in front of him. That's the 34 boat of Stephen Barham. That's about to get overtaken by John Ross Duncan. Observer just having a look there, giving the instruction to the driver that there's a faster boat coming up behind us. Heading down the back straight, that looks like a 77 on the one side, but when it turns around, it looks like a number 17. So we'll have a close look at that boat later on and find out exactly who the two are in the boat. Know who the hell is in boat number 99. That's John Ross Duncan, absolutely flying that boat. Substantial lead that he has got now. Nursing it through the corner. Stephen Barham a lap down. Just listening to that boat sounding, hands up in the air. Oh, somebody's gone over down at the bottom side of the circuit. Looks like a yellow boat, it's possibly Stephen Barham that has gone. Oh no, he was heading up, but one of the boats upside down the bottom side of the circuit. Oh, it's the 96 boat. They've gone for a swim. Raymond Haystack being thrown out of the water, out of the boat into the water. See, also two of them in that boat. We've only had it as Raymond Haystack, so we'll try and find out who's with him in the boat. Both of them look A-OK. Haystack with his crash helmet off already, so be interested to see if either of our any of our cameras picked up the action, what actually happened there. I suspect that it hooked on the corner, and both the driver and and navigator, or driver and co-pilot, were evicted from the boat, having both gone for a premature swim as the second and third of the rescue boats come through to render assistance. Once again, a massive thank you to the NSRI for the use of their boat as well, their boat and their personnel, to help with the rescue here at the Witbank Dam. Right, well, we wait for the boat to return, or the empty boat to return to the dock. Just some information about the Dover power station that I incorrectly said was the Kusile power station. Constructed in November 1975, construction started, and the last unit came into operation in 1984. And then in 1993, Dover became the first power station in the world to be retrofitted with pulse jet fabric filter plants on 3 of its 6 units. See the 6 units all standing there now. The Speedy Gonzalez entry, that's our race leader, boat number 99, John Ross Duncan. He's had a good race so far. Nico Wessels would have been more of a threat, but Wessels was in third place at the race stoppage. Second place is Michael Fourie in the number 16 boat. Lee Sansom bringing the 96 boat home now. Raymond Haystack having come back on the NSRI boat along with his co-driver. After the conclusion of the hard bottoms, looks like they're lining up for the restart already. Will be heat number 2 in the Formula 30s, which will be followed by the first of the Formula 1 heats. The hard bottoms only doing 2 heats today, Formula 1s and Formula 30s, each running 3 heats. So a relatively full program at the Boat and Caravan Club here at Witbank. Just looking at that hull being towed in, looks very similar to a Raven Wildcat, the cathedral hull boat, known for their incredible turning ability, but also very, very well known to throw the occupants out if you hook it into a corner. No safety belts fitted in these type boats, no safety cell or cockpit. And that's where I came across Mornay Herald in the early 90s, 93, 94, started racing in Port Elizabeth in the S2000 class. We had about probably 6 or 7 Raven Wildcats that we used to race, and Mornay was always the man that set the benchmark in our racing terms. Heading back to the S2000 days from the 90s. As I mentioned, we had a full class of just Raven Wildcats that used to take part in the class, but one by one the guys got hurt, fell out of their boats, got chucked out of their boats, and then the boats were actually, the Raven Wildcat hull was actually banned in the Free State. It was primarily built as a boat, but then due to the amount of incidents that people had with the Raven Wildcats in the Free State, they were banned. They were banned in Free State waters. So, and not too many of them left in the country that I'm aware of. And there were some Kevlar and balsa ones that were built, which were incredibly light and incredibly quickly, chunks of fun to drive, but also incredibly dangerous as well. Hence, the guys started falling out one by one, and the class ultimately died. And I knew I was destined to hurt myself in one of those boats, so opted then to go the Formula 3 route. I wanted a closed cockpit. Had watched the Formula 1s racing all around the country, so we got Formula 3 racing going in a big way in the Eastern Cape. We used to run a class of about 10 or 12 Formula 3 boats for a couple of years until made the move to Formula 1 in the early 2000s. And in 2007, my Formula 1 career was unfortunately cut short by a big accident that I had in Mozambique, taking part in the Maputo Formula 1 Grand Prix. I barrel rolled the boat into a corner and suffered a compression fracture of my spine, which ended my Formula 1 racing and powerboat racing career, and then switched my talents to race commentary, which I have enjoyed ever since. It looks like we're good to go for the restart. I would imagine it will still be, there should be 2 or 3 laps left in the race. We'll try and get a shot of the control tower when the white flag comes out to indicate when the last lap of the race. John Ross Duncan immediately has the hammer down. What this has done is closed up the field, but Duncan into the lead he goes on the sprint down to the first turn boy. Nico Vessels up into second place. He's got the better of Michael Fourie. Not seen the boat of Michael Fourie at the moment, the number 16 boat. Duncan really got the hammer down powers his way down the back straight. Ooh, lots of airtime there for one of the drivers down the back. Shrieks of delight. Was it anxious shrieks, but telling them to get that nose down. Massive moment there. Possibly Steve Barham will pick up the numbers that come through. Nico Wessels in second place. And our mystery driver still going. That's definitely a number 17. See the little dash through the second of the sevens. And I saw some activity in the background, but it was just a leisure boat towing a tube further on the other side of the dam. Nico Wessels got the trim nice and low. John Ross Duncan bounces round through the corners in the top side of the circuit once again. Nico Wessels runs it a lot wider, battling to get the cat to bite as it goes around the corner. Interested to see what has happened to Michael Fourie. Don't see the 16 boat out on the water at the moment. That's the 34 of Steve Barham and his co-pilot. Focus back on our race leader. Straight to complete yet another lap. Oh, and that's the checkered flag going out. So winning race number 1 in the hard bottom class. Dominant performance there from John Ross Duncan in the 99 boat. Second place going to go to Nico Wessels in the 46. Let's see who will get third. Place going to go to the Stig by the look of things, our mystery driver. Well, that's our top 3 as they come across the line. Not too sure what happened to Anton Fourie in the L3 boat, as well as Michael Fourie. Steve Barham certainly enjoying himself out on the water. Just having a look to see if that boat is not perhaps Anton Fourie. It is Anton Fourie. That's in the 17 boat. On the entry list he had it as L3, and I see his name on the side of the boat there. So that mystery driver, none other than Anton Fourie. We'll try and find out who his co-pilot is. We're going to take a short break take a short break in the commentary before we go into race 2 of the Formula 30s. The second race about to start, or to start as soon as the hard bottoms have moved off the water. So it will be an opportunity for me to go and quickly catch up on the results of the Formula 1 time trials and just find the missing gaps of our hard bottom competitors.
put it together quickly so we can discuss it. But I told Morgan to get them together so we can sort it out. They must come now while the F-30s are up. No, that's the ones. Oh, there's
Right, the action continues at the Witbank Boat and Caravan Club at Steve's Place on the Witbank Dam. Moving into place now, Tristan Barham in the 45 boat. Gave me a chance to go around the pits and just catch up with a couple of the war stories out there, and then the hard bottoms, the 96 boat of Raymond Haystack and Petrie Whiteman that unfortunately went over. Just had a look at that boat, Raven Wildcat hull with a Sun Chaser top on it, a boat that was built by Petrus Whiteman a couple of years ago, and apparently an absolute beast to drive, especially around the corners. But both Raymond Haystack and Petrie Whiteman A-OK. And then Megan Ponmoon, the co-pilot that was along for the ride with Steve Barham. And then getting confirmation that the 17 boat was Anton Fourie with Colin Bosch as his co-pilot. The Formula 3 is just waiting for them to get into place. Some news from the Formula 1 paddock as well. Gearbox change going at the moment. Mornay Herald, his position, he's not happy with his position in the qualifying, so he finds himself in, let's just have a look what the official positions were. We'll have those in a moment. Mornay coming through in 6th place. So the quickest of the boats out there was Ronan Dixon, a 39.59. He was followed by Bruce Repsold. Welcome back, Bruce Repsold, a 39.81 for Bruce in the number 13 boat. Then it was Keegan Frankovitz in the 58 boat, a 40.15. Next up was Michael Vessels in that 2005 Moore hull built in France. Came through in a time of 42.76. Then we had Wynand de Jager in the 44 boat, a time of 43.69 for him. Then it was Mornay Herald, as we said, down in 6th, a 43.97. Chris Renke, a 44.90, followed by Dylan Mulman in 52nd dead. And then we had John Ross Duncan, unfortunately not taking part, so he'll be starting at the back of the grid for... Oh no, Dylan Moorman will be starting at the back of the grid as he is a newcomer. It is his first race, so the mandatory regulations dictate that he starts at the back of the grid. I had a chat to him as well. He's happy with the way things are going for his first time out in the boat. Looks like we're almost ready to go under starters orders for race number 2 in the Formula 30s. But as I said, chatting to Dylan Moorman, quietly confident, really enjoyed his first outing in the boat. So just taking it easy, learning the ropes, and we watch his progress next season with great interest. Having switched from junior boat racing, first time out for him in, he said, about 13 years in a boat. So fantastic to have Dylan Moorman back out in the water, as we see the number 7 of Jordan Allen now heading out to form up in her place on the grid, sponsored by Inspire Rentals, company that specializes in inventing eventing equipment. Well, more and more people lining up on the side of the dam to watch the start of the Formula 30s. The crowd now certainly starting to arrive in their numbers. 2:15 on a Saturday. Nothing better to do than come and watch powerboat racing action at the Boat and Caravan Club on Witbank Dam. The number 8 boat moving into place now. Jason Barham, as well as the number 7 of Jordan Allen. Jordan Allen with the South African Championship all but wrapped up. The 88 boat here at the back of the grid, also looking for a sponsor. That's Duane Botha, a young lady driver, waiting for the starters' flags to go up as the last boat moves into place now. Pole position, Tristan Barham. Next to him, James Sansom. Then it is the 99 of Caroline Duncan, followed by the number 7 of Jordan Allen. Then it's Mariam Chunu. The motor starting to rev, waiting for those flags to drop. Jason Barham in the number 8 boat, down at the back of the grid alongside the 88 of Duane Botha. Once again, a massive thank you to Dixon Premium Batteries for bringing you the live stream here from the Boat and Caravan Club in Witbank, along with Feltriff Marine Services. And also a big thank you to Wildcat Inflatables for the brand new turn buoys, waiting for the 22 boat of Gemma Allen to move into place. Saw there was a gap there still. Donovan Allen just turning that boat around. He's the sponsor of that boat, the after-hour servicing entry. That is boat number 22 of Gemma Allen. Great to see that she's back on pace this weekend. Lots more work having gone into the development of that boat. Her and her twin sister Jordan, always a major threat when they're out on the water. Very quick indeed, as we're about to go under starters orders now. Yellow flags up. Lee Sansom down with the yellow flag down, green flag down, and we go racing. Tristan Barham gets away well, but look at Jordan Allen in the number 7, as well as Amari Mchunu on the outside. Great start there from Mchunu. Oh, hard luck there. Jason Barham battling to get that boat started, gets it going now. Well, looks like Mchunu has broken away. She's way out in front. Tristan Barham is second. Then it's Jordan Allen, followed by James Sampson. Sampson going through on the inside of Jordan Allen now. Makes up a place, but he's overshot the turn buoy, and Jordan Allen hooks it around the corner and takes that position back again. But way out in front to the loud, raucous cheer of the crowd that we're watching from the start. Amari Mchunu in the Boaters World Adventure Racing boat. She's, as we mentioned earlier, on racing in the memory of her father Matthew, who sadly passed away recently. Tristan Barham starts chasing her down now. There's the gap between the two of them. We'll watch that gap with interest. Can Tristan Barham manage to close up as he did on James Sampson earlier on? Mchunu really bouncing that boat. She's got it on the limit as they head to the top turn buoy now. Tristan Barham, great overtaking, or great cornering move there, but certainly looks like the number 1 boat of Mchunu with the longer legs. We're in for a ding-dong battle here by the look of things. Tristan Barham throwing everything at it at the moment. He's got the advantage now, managed to get on the inside line. What will Mchunu do? Barham decides to opt out. He had nowhere to go and decides to do the wise thing. Still early on in the race. Lets Mchunu get away once again. That gap suddenly stretches, but lots of experience there in Tristan Barham's 45 boat. Really attacks the corners, not shy to hit the corners hard, as we see there. Hooks it around the corner, makes up that time once again, but Mchunu, she's onto it straight away. Ding-dong battle, cat and mouse game going on here. As soon as they get in a straight line, she manages to open up over the 45 boat. Further on down the field, let's pick up the numbers. It's the 88 boat of Duane Botha being overtaken by Jason Barham. Barham going around the outside. The action back to the front of the field. The battle between young Mchunu and Tristan Barham in the 45 machine. Barham absolutely on the limit, heading the corner, gets into the spray. Mchunu's got it covered. She's defending her line as they go around the turn buoys, but once again, slightly getting it out of shape there for Mchunu in the number 1, but that boat has got unbelievable acceleration. Just manages to dash out into the front, get ahead of the 45 boat of Tristan Barham. They'll have some back markers that they're going to have to contend with soon. Jordan Allen slightly off the pace, but as we mentioned, she has got the South African title in the bag already, so just needs to finish here today as Duane Botha gets overtaken by our leaders now. Not having to defend this as hard this time. Does Umari and Chunu in the Boaters World entry. Tristan Barham still running in second. Wave to her fans as she puts her hand up and wave. I can hear the crowd cheering from further on down towards the main clubhouse. Caroline Duncan in the first car rental entry. Very neatly turned out boat. Saw a dominant performance from her dad earlier on in the hard bottoms. Hopefully he's got the problem with the Formula 1 sorted out and will be a force to be reckoned with there as well. Mchunu with a nice gap now that she has opened up over Tristan Barham. Barham going to try a different tactic now by the look of things. Possibly close up and go around the outside, but he's got to get close to her first. Mchunu hasn't put a foot wrong. Been some great defensive riding for the relative newcomer, only her second race meeting ever for young Umari Mchunu, and certainly is a massive prospect for the future. That gap starting to stretch now as they head down the back straight. We'll be keeping an eye out for that white flag indicating the last lap of the race. Into the afternoon sun they go. Around the turn boy, Tristan Barham tucks himself in that boat, makes himself one with the seat, trying to make it as aerodynamic as possible, just shift the weight a little bit further back and get some more lift. These boats don't have automatic trim and tilt on them, so just a little bit of a body shift will work as we focus on Caroline Duncan once again. Back to Nchunu and Barham. The cat and mouse game continues, but certainly is Umari Mchunu with the advantage over Barham at this stage. The number 8 of Jason Barham, the second of the Barham boys' boats, still going well. Yet another back marker comes into play, and time for Tristan Barham to strike once again. They're both going to have to get around. I think it's Jason Barham. Oh, the yellow checkered flag having come out already. So the race win then, the way I have it, goes to Umari Mchunu with the 45 of Tristan Barham in second place. Unfortunately, it took my focus off the rest of the classes, or was that checkered flag possibly premature? Because looks like they're still racing hammer and tongs at the moment and trying to get past the back marker. Umari Mchunu and Tristan Barham has got a hit, but I saw the checkered flag was out, the checkered flag and the white flag, and Tristan Barham's got his hand up in the air signaling that he's taken the race win. So that one is really going to be an interesting one. I definitely saw that Chris Willemse had the checkered flag as well as the white flag in hand, so maybe it was just from our camera angle that things looked a bit odd, but from what we saw on the camera, it was the checkered flag was out, so it's going to be interesting to see how that one pans out. But great racing there from Umari Mchunu and Tristan Barham. From the moment the flags dropped at the start, Umari got away well, was hunted down by Barham, and some great defensive driving to keep Tristan Barham behind her by Umari Mchunu. So that concludes race number 2 in the Formula 30 class. Next up, there will be a slight break as the Formula 30s come off the water, and we go into the action of heat number 1 in the Formula 1s. Just getting confirmation on the result there. It was Umari and Chunu that took the race win. Tristan Barham was in second. That checkered flag, when we saw the checkered flag coming out, it was indeed correct. The white flag was for the boat that was about to be lapped. So that was the end of the race, but the battle between the two up front was so intense that neither of them had actually seen or acknowledged the flags. But the race win ultimately went to Umari and Chunu, and in second it was Tristan Barham. Just to give you a heads up, there will be a short break in the commentary while the Formula 30s come off the water. All of the Formula 30s need to get off the water before the Formula 1s move onto the water. But there's a fantastic shot of the main clubhouse and a couple of food vendors operating in that area as well. So certainly is a nice carnival atmosphere happening here at the Boat and Caravan Club at Witbank Dam. I see that there is some action starting to happen on the slipway as the Formula One start moving into place for race number 1 of the Witbank Formula One Festival. We caught up with a couple of the drivers. We interviewed the Formula One drivers earlier this morning. Let's have a retake on those interviews. Catching up with the first of the Formula One drivers, Monet Herald, third in the championships at the moment and still in with a realistic chance.
Yeah, thanks Brendan. Yeah, like I said, we came up, did a couple of testing, changed a couple of motors, new props, and try our best in time trials and see if we can make a whole shot in the start, like I always say, and then from there it should be easy. But unfortunately, we've got this new 2.5s on the water, and yeah, it's going to be difficult to catch them. But we'll give it a good go and take it from there.
Dylan Moelman, finally making your Formula One debut. You must be excited at this stage.
Yeah, very excited to get back in the water. It's been a long break from the water, so keen to get back on and to see what happens.
The boat, have you had much seat time in it?
None at all. So I haven't been in a boat in a good 10 years, probably 12 years. So we'll just see what happens. Take it easy and just drive carefully and just get comfortable. That's what practice is about today.
Ronan Dixon, last race of the season, leading the championships, a small lead in the championships, but all comes down to this one.
Yeah, I think it's going to definitely be an interesting race today. Looking forward to it. There's nice, strong competition today. So I think we're going to be in for a bit of work.
Another couple of boats running the 2.5 litre motors as well, so you're certainly going to have your work cut out front.
No, definitely. I think it's going to be very interesting, especially with Bruce. He's a very good driver, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how he goes.
Feyenoord de Jager, another of the drivers making a return to Formula One. You must be looking forward to today.
Yes, I'm looking forward. We haven't been on the water for quite some time, but we're looking forward to see what we can do today, and just happy to be back in it.
You haven't had much time to test the boat. You also running the 2.5 litre motor on the boat as well, so it should be interesting to see how time trials go.
No, we didn't test the boat. There was just not enough time, and we're running the 2 litre today. So we will see how the 2 litre goes on the boat. I'm sure it will do good. We used to run it with an Optimax, and it was fast with that. So I think with the 2 litre today, we will have some good results.
And Witbank Dam got some scary memories for you. Does that play in the back of your mind?
No, not at all. Luckily, I was not conscious when the accident, or when I had the accident. So it's something from the past. After that, I gained a lot of experience. So it's something that happened, and it's something of the past.
Chatting to the next of the drivers, Chris Renke, tell us how you're feeling at this stage.
Yeah, excited. Second race so far. Did the first one at Germiston, so this would be the second one for this season. So looking forward to it.
What attracts you to the life of Formula One powerboat racing?
The adrenaline, I suppose. It's always, when you get in, it's like when you do a practice run, you just get out there and you got this big smile on your face. I suppose it's the adrenaline rush that attracts me.
Keegan Franklin, second in the championship at the moment. All comes down to today, and the first time out for you with the 2.5 on the back.
Yeah, for sure. Very much looking forward to it. We did testing this week and it went well. So, yeah, we're going to see how it goes today and try our best to take points home. So, yeah, obviously gunning for the championship, but yeah.
Just 2 points separate you up at the top. I think it's as close as 2 points, and so anything can happen. It is Formula One powerboat racing, so anything can happen.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be a tight race, very exciting. There's very fast boats today, so yeah, looking forward to it.
John Ross Duncan, fifth in the championships at the moment. It's not over and done yet. You must be looking forward to a good weekend.
Yes, definitely. New motor today, so yeah, we're going to see.
You run in the 2.5 as well?
No, 2 litre. And yeah, it's going to be exciting. There's lots of boats. It's going to really be exciting.
Bruce Repsold, after having served the shortest retirement from Formula One powerboat racing, you find yourself back on the water and back in your old boat.
Yeah, it was just one of those things. We're still on a bit of a retirement, but they did phone us last week and asked if we could just fill up the grid a bit and just help out and stuff. On top of that, now we've got a 2.5 on the boat. And it's more of an experimental thing than anything else, just to see how the 2.5 can handle the narrow boats and all that, the older boats, so we can open up a class for next year.
the next year, the season already looking good. Races filling up and the calendar almost in place. So exciting times for Formula One racing in South Africa.
Oh yes, definitely. We're definitely on the up and up. Looks very, very positive, and hopefully it will be pretty exciting.
Michael Wessels, a little bit of change of proceedings jumping into your dad's boat this weekend. You must be looking forward to a good one.
Yeah, look, I couldn't get my boat right in time. A couple of changes just to get it in its sweet spot. I rode it yesterday, but I mean, the flip did quite a bit of damage. So it was a rush. So I thought, let me not rush it. And I was going to come to help my dad, and then literally after, when we just got here, we decided last minute, let me race his boat. He's going to race the other hard bottom boat. So at least I get to be on the water. So I've never driven the boat, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
And from never having driven the boat, he went out and posted the quickest time in the free practice in the morning. Did Michael Wessels in that 2005 built Moore hull, a boat that was built in France. Let's have a look at the championship points, and then just a correction. The gap between Ronan Dixon and Keegan Frankovic, actually 5 points and not 2 or 3 as we mentioned in the interviews. Mornay Herald in that third place, followed by Nico Wessels, and nothing in it between Nico Wessels and Mornay Herald. So many races within a race about to unfold as the boats start lining up. John Ross Duncan down in 5th place, followed by Bruce Repsold in 6th, and then Michael Wessels in 7th. Joining the action are the other drivers that have come along as well. So 9 boats will be heading out for race number 1. Let's have a look at the time trial results. We'll go through those now as we see Wynand de Jager going out onto the water. So in pole position for race number 1, it will be Ronan Dixon, having set a time of 39.59 seconds. Just behind him, Bruce Repsold in the number 13 boat, a time of 39.81. Then in third will be the second of the Dixon battery boats, that's Keegan Frankovic in the 58 boat, a time of 40.15 for Keegan. Next up, Michael Wessels in the 46 boat, 4th on the grid. He has set a time of 42.76. Right behind him, Wynand de Jager in the 44 boat, a time of 43.69 for him, followed by Mornay Herald in 5th in the 111 boat, a time of 43.97 for Mornay Herald. He was followed by a man taking place in his second event, Chris Renke in the 66 boat. He went through in a time of 44.90. And then John Ross Duncan, unfortunately not setting a time. He ran into mechanical issues that hopefully they've got sorted out on the 99 machine. And then Dylan Moelman he went through in a time of 50 seconds dead. But as it is his first race, he will be starting at the back of the grid. So that's what our grid lineup will be like. The boats will line up right in front of our commentary box, and certainly going to be in for a crackerjacker event. Nervous tension already amongst the spectators, moving back from where the boats will line up. They don't want to get wet from that massive spray that gets sprayed up from the back of the boats as they start. Rescue personnel all moving into their positions. The divers busy checking last minute checks on all of their scuba equipment. Keegan Frankovic in the Dixon Batteries boat. Got Bruce Repsold coming out now, the racing in the colours of CC Crane Hire. That is the boat that is owned by Shay Parsons. Bruce Repsold, it was Bruce's boat. He had sold it to Shay Parsons, but Bruce getting back in that boat for this weekend, racing with the number 13 on the side of the boat. That's the 66 boat coming into shot, the green tips on the front of it. Adventure with Views. That is Chris Renke. He's sponsored by PropVest Property Management and Davilo Racing. Interested to see how Chris goes this weekend. Then Dylan Moelman, the boat in the background. Dylan sponsored by Car Shop and Bike Shop from Rivonia, as well as Dixon Premium Batteries. The 46 boat moving into the water now. That's the Boaters World entry. That's the Moor hull that was built in France, the only one of those in the country. Performed very, very well on the World Series as well as the Formula 2 Series. Very popular boats and very, very quick. Just keeping an eye out for John Ross Duncan in the 99 boat to see that they have got whatever plagued him during the time trials. He didn't get out, or he went out in the water and immediately came and brought the boat back, parked it on the trailer once again to attend to whatever the problem was there. But his daughter is racing, as well as he's taking part in the hard bottom class as well, so it'll be a busy day for John Ross Duncan and his crew. While we wait for the boats to move into place there, a massive thank you to Stuart Hopwood. He has brought along a V6 Mercury motor, which he has cut through certain sections of it and color-coded it to explain to people exactly how the internal workings of a Mercury V6 fuel-injected motor work. And then Stuart also has got a stand selling Peter Lindenberg's book, Flat Out and Fearless. So anybody wanting the books, I know if you're watching on the live stream, you're probably not at the venue, but the book's available at Exclusive Books, and it is certainly a worthwhile read. Peter certainly pulls no punches, tells it as it is, of his really extraordinary life of barefoot water skiing, powerboat racing, and then motor racing as well. Still no sign of the 99 boat, the JR Racing entry of John Ross Duncan, also sponsored by Neil and Sons Boat Shop, as well as Sunset Boats. These moments are the worst. You're strapped in tightly into that boat. You're busy with all the final checks, making sure that that steering wheel is properly attached. The quick release is working. The quick release on your safety belts is working. The onboard oxygen, make sure that the bottle is switched on. Those that have the radio communications, just last minute checks on the radio communications as well. Wynand de Jager in that Italian-built Baba hull, starting to move into place now. That's the man in pole position. He'll be the first of the boats to head towards the shore, where the crew will get there. I see Bruce Repsold has jumped him to the gun, or jumped the gun and got there before him. But Dixon moves into place as the rest of them follow now. Wynand de Jager getting into his place as Bruce Repsol gets his boat turned around. His son Kyle in the water there, making sure that the boat is turned around. Lucas holding the Dixon Premier in Batteries boat, moving into the water now. These guys really dedicated. The water is somewhat chilly up here in Mpumalanga. It was a fairly crisp morning. The mist only cleared off the water at about 9 o'clock this morning. A heavy mist that blanketed the dam. Michael Vessel starts heading towards the shore now. Chris Redsker just getting his boat turned around to face in the right direction. The drivers had all got together and asked for the start turn buoy to be changed slightly. They were just concerned there wasn't enough room for all 9 boats to get around the first of the turn buoys, so the officials have agreed. General consensus amongst the drivers was to opt for the safer option and just alter the angle that the boats would leave to give the guys more time to get some space between each other. Still not seen any sign of John Ross Duncan, who we hope that he's managed to get that sorted out, or get the problem sorted out. Just having a look out the back window of the studio, and I don't see any more boats on the slipway, so
99 must come here.
oh, okay. Picking up on the effects mic that 99 must come here, so 99 looks like is out on the water. Just haven't seen it.
I'm just waiting for 99.
Lynette Adams on the radio. They're just looking for 99, but they're leaving space
So
for
99 will come in here. You've got a 5-second delay, eh?
final instructions there to Dylan Wilman making his debut. The mandatory 5-second delay for the newcomer, the first event. So normally the first 2 starts will be a delayed start, and then slot in from the third start. I see the 99 is now on the slipway. It's been turned around. It's in the water already, so it certainly looks like John Ross Duncan will be out on the water with the rest of the field. Right, there he is. So all 9 of our Formula Ones will be lining up for race number 1. I've seen Michael Foree running past me. He's obviously crewing for John Ross Duncan. Into the water he goes. So John Ross has moved into place now. As soon as he's turned around, they'll get given the all clear from all of the drivers. The cockpits will be closed. We'll go under starters' orders, and the action will burst into life for heat number 1 in the Witbank Formula One Powerboat Grand Prix here at the Boat and Caravan Club in Witbank. The crowd has suddenly gone very quiet. They know the nervous tension that's happening out there. A couple of the boat canopies still open.
Daryl, you need to take camera off air, please. I need to set it up.
All clear from all of the drivers. Cockpits will be closed with the starter's orders, and the action will burst into life for heat number 1, the Witbank Formula One Powerboat Grand Prix. The man doing the duty with the flags today, Lee with the yellow down, with the red down. He's got that, which is a slightly different version of the race start, but Keegan Frankovitz having got away very, very well. Where's our pole man, Ronan Dixon? He's the first around the turn, boy. Keegan Frankovitz right with him. Then it's Bruce Repsold. Bruce Repsold with that boat so neatly set up. He certainly got it flying, but Frankovitz and Dixon, the two Dixon premium batteries, have got away well. Great cornering move there from Michael Wessels. Looks like he possibly could have gone through on the inside of Bruce Repsold, but that certainly was an opportunistic move there. Big jump out the water for him as he hugged that turn, boy. But Ronan Dixon immediately bursts out into the lead, and quite a substantial lead that he has opened up already. You can see Keegan Frankovitz coming into frame now. Both those boats, or the top 3 boats, all running the 2.5 litre Mercury motor on them. Repsold in 3rd place in the CC Crane higher entry. Come through. What has happened to Michael Wessels? Oh, completely overshooting the corner there is Chris Renska. As we go back to our race leader, Ronan Dixon, in the 32 Dixon Premium Batteries entry. A little bit of a porpoise for him there, but he manages to drive through that and gets it absolutely flying down there. Beautiful camera shot at full speed. Keegan Frankovitz still chasing him down in 2nd, not managing to close up on him. Still waiting to catch a glimpse of Michael Wessels in the bright red Boaters World Moor hull. That's John Ross Duncan in the 99. Certainly got the problem sorted out and looking good out there. That's the Cordwell Marine hull boat that was converted from outboard to inboard motor. Camera angle starting to get a bit tricky with the afternoon sun. The sun has already started getting quite low, so it's going to hamper us for the next 2 races, I'm sure. Oh, I just saw a red flash going through on the down the main straight, so it looks like Michael Wessels is still going. Ronan Dixon already starting to make his way past the back markers, the first of them being John Ross Duncan as well as Dylan Moorman. Attacking the corners aggressively is Ronan Dixon in the 32 boat. going well. Down in what I've got it down in about 4th place at the moment. Still not picking up any video footage of Michael Wessels. Wessels in the bright red 46 boat in the colours of Boaters World. Great overtake, a great cornering move from him earlier, and then he sort of disappeared. Chris Renke looks like he's got a problem, or just taking it easy at this stage. Gets overtaken by Keegan Frankovitz. Frankovitz still in 2nd place. Oh, there we go. He is still going and going well, the 46 boat of Michael Wessels. Gap between 1st and 2nd place. Dixon starting to stretch it a little. Keegan Frankovitz still chasing hard. And the 2nd of the Dixon battery boats, boat number 58. Further on down the field, unless he's coming through to, or no, he's probably coming through to lap Moelman and Renke, because Mornay Herald running in 5th at the moment. Michael Wessels will be 4th, Bruce Repsold 3rd, Keegan Frankovitz 2nd, and that puts Wynand de Jager in probably about 6th place at the moment. Footage of the 2 Dixon Premium Batteries entries. The 32 of Ronan Dixon and the 58 of Keegan Frankovitz. DAC Hull versus Baba Hull. Dylan Moelman on the outside. John Ross Duncan on the inside. It looks Keegan Frankovitz overtaking Ronan Dixon. What has happened? He pulled up alongside him, and lots of traffic in front, so this could get really interesting. If Keegan Frankovitz, you see how close they were, almost touching as they got close, but Dixon pulls away once again. Interesting to find out a little later in the interviews what happened there with Dixon, how he allowed Frankovitz to close right up on him. Dylan Moelman are running on the outside, just giving the faster boats some space to go through. That's where the main race is happening, and the championship chase at that. Moelman not in the championship standings at this stage. He will be after today if he manages to garnish some points. Our race leader once again looking totally dominant in that brand new DAC hull. Frankovitz running a lot wider. It looks like Wynand de Jager is about to get lapped. De Jager slightly off the pace, a bit of a porpoise down the main straight. And Chris Renke, just listening to him going past us, also battling with an engine issue. Keegan Frankovitz opens up his cowling. Don't tell me that was the end of the race. Oh, apparently the checkered flag has gone out. It's just the unfortunate angle that we are at with the control tower. We don't have a view of the checkered flag. So if the checkered flag did go out, then it was Ronan Dixon that has taken the race win, with Keegan Frankovitz in 2nd place. 3rd place would have gone to Bruce Repsold, and then I would imagine it was Michael Vessels that would have been in fourth, but we'll wait for the official confirmation. But that brings race number 1 of the Boat and Caravan Club Formula 1 race to an end. Relatively incident-free, which is always a good thing. John Ross Duncan having overcome those problems to get back out in the water and going well. But another dominant performance from Ronan Dixon. He can almost put his second hand onto that trophy that he already is holding with one hand. So great job once again from the Dixon Batteries team of Ronan Dixon and Keegan Frankovitz. Once again, a massive thank you must go out to our sponsors, Wildcat Inflatables, to Thomas Charles and his team for the magnificent turn buoys that they have made, and then Dixon Premium Batteries for providing the online stream, bringing us to bring you all of the action from Witbank. Feltdrift Marine Services, a massive effort that Mornay Herald puts into the sport. And then Link Online, the guys responsible for our internet connection. A massive thank you to all of our sponsors. There will once again be a short break in commentary as we wait for the F1 boats to make their way off the water. I believe there's going to be a short lunch break, and then we will be straight into Heat 2 of the Formula 1. So it's an unusual setup in the calendar. 2 Formula 1 heats back to back, but there is a lunch break in between. It was scheduled for an hour, but we are quite far behind on the calendar. So I'm not the calendar, on the program. So I'm sure that lunch break will be shortened, give the guys just enough time to make some setup changes to their boats, refuel, and then get back out onto the water for race number 2.
the background?
Power station.
Are you going to use this mic or are you going to use a handheld mic?
I've got a handheld.
You're going to plug this one out.
No, it's here.
Huh?
Yeah, 2 channels.
Now what I mean is, how will you use it? Extension cable.
I've got a mic. Wireless mic. That's wireless.
The other side's got it.
Okay. I could do it. That's fine. That's how you relax. I can see something.
Early morning lecture, so what's at the boat?
Oh, fun.
sag hy klop dan.
Back onto the action on the water we go. There has been a shortened lunch break and as well as a change in the program. The hard bottoms have been moved ahead of heat number 2 of the Formula 1. So hard bottoms already making their way out onto the water to line up for their second and final race of the day in the hard bottom class. I see them towards the top side of the dam at the moment, all getting into formation for the start. That's Nico Vessels in the 46 boat heading up to line up with the rest of the boats. Boat number 17, Anton Fourie and Colin Bosch. Boat number 96, Raymond Haystack and Petri Whiteman, unfortunately won't be taking any further part after that. They hooked into the corner and damaged the side of the boat. Raymond going through the side of the boat, and so they'll take no further part. Boat damaged, needs to go for some extensive repairs. Stephen Barham and Megan Ponmoon, and we already get going, and a much better start there for Michael Fourie in the number 16 boat. Brilliant start from him. John Ross Duncan manages to get it around the turnbuoy quicker. Bit of a drag to the next turnbuoy. You can see Michael Fourie glancing across the Bucking Bronco, the 99 machine of John Ross Duncan, as he powers his way into the front again. Quick glance over his shoulder to see where Michael Fourie is. Nico Vessels coming through in third place, coming into the shot, disappears out of the shot again. But certainly seems to be in a setup change for Michael Fourie, because he has come out with guns blazing. Tighter around the turnbuoy he manages to go. He brings Nico Vessels in the 46 boat along with him. But the sun chaser of John Ross Duncan, a nice lead now that he has managed to open up, but battling to get around the corner there. The 34 boat of Steve Barham and Megan Ponmoon, problems for them. And I see that Fourie has now managed to edge ahead of John Ross Duncan as they head down the backside of the circuit. Looking over his shoulder, look left, look right. Rather focus on what's happening in front of you. John Ross Duncan going to have to pull out all the stops now to try and rein in the very, very quick Michael Fourie. Whatever they've done certainly has worked. Managing to turn that boat a lot easier around the corner than the bouncing John Ross Duncan as he goes through. But certainly got the hammer down now, has the number 16 boat of Michael Fourie blitzing away as John Ross Duncan tries to catch up with him. Anton Fourie and Colin Bosch. It looks like they're in a different boat now, number 14 boat. They were in the number 17 earlier. So Fourie Jr. having things all his own way at the moment. Or tighter turn for this time round for John Ross Duncan, managing to get the leaping beast around the turnbuoy a lot quicker. Definitely problems for Stephen Barham and Megan Ponmoon. Just a glimpse of them porpoising down the back straight. Boat running, looks like they've possibly got problems with their trim pumps, and their boat is trimmed out too high because it's looking very awkward on the water. That should be them on the left-hand side, looking a lot better there now. But the shot that we saw earlier, running very, very high, the nose high up in the air as they get lapped by the number 16 boat of Michael Fourie. Not quite lapping them yet, but it's bound to happen. in the next couple of seconds, and there it happens now. Just a little bit of a hand signal there from Michael Fourie to Steve Barnum. John Ross Duncan having to go do the hard work now around the outside. He goes. He'd like to hook it in around that corner and try and get on the inside of Steve Barham, as once again Michael Fourie looking over his shoulder. He doesn't have an observer in the boat to tell him where the other boats are and whether he needs to go defensive or not. Comes our second place man, race number 1 winner. But Fourie absolutely screaming around the circuit, looking very, very much in control of proceedings in race number 2 in the hard bottom class. Steve Barham and Megan Ponmoon there. Problems continue. Definitely off the pace in race number 2. That boat of Michael Fourie very well set up. That's the number 16 boat that we were looking at, our race leader. Incredibly well set up and going like the blazes at the moment, indicating to the officials, so possibly that was the white flag that had come out. So I think we are on the last lap of the race. No, not yet. We're just getting a message in our ear from Paul Bedford. Michael goes around the outside of his father, Anton and Colin Bosch, in the number 14 boat, the 14 Shades of Grey. And that low slung hull of Nico Vessel still going well, down in 3rd place at the moment. Right there, the white flag comes out as Michael Fourie acknowledges it. Onto the last lap of the race we go. Has been a fantastic performance in race number 2 from Michael Fourie in the number 16 boat. John Ross Duncan, no answers to him at the moment. He's managed to really break away, has Michael Fourie. John Ross Duncan still needs to get past Anton Fourie and Colin Bosch. They'll be a lap down as he comes up to the back of the 34 boat of Steve Barnum and Megan Ponmoon. Runs side by side with them. Don't want to do anything crazy here now. Leaves them lots of space around the corner. Onto the main straight he comes. You'll see the checkered flag. Hands up in the air. Salutes as he takes the checkered flag. Race 2 win in the hard bottom class for Michael Fourie, boat number 16. Second place man crosses the line now. That's John Ross Duncan in the 99 boat. Here he comes, followed by Nico Vessels. And then it will be Anton Fourie and Colin Bosch, followed by Steve Barnum and Megan Ponmoon. Will be the last of the finishers, their problems that they ran into. So a dominant performance there in race number 2, as I said, for Michael Fourie in the 16 boat. John Ross Duncan takes second. Third place going to go to Nico Vessels. They'd be followed by Anton Fourie and Colin Bosch, and then Steve Barham and Megan Ponmoon. So that concludes the hard bottom action for the day for them. Next up will be heat number 2 in the Formula Ones. You can see how much it means to Michael Fourie. Very happy with that performance that he has just put in there. That boat, the setup of it, hard work gone into it after losing the gearbox last week during practice for this event. Lots of work having gone into it, lots of modifications carried out, and it's all reaped the dividends now with coming home in first place in the hot bottom class in race number 2. Welcome back to race number 2 of the Formula Ones at Witbank Boat and Caravan Club. Emalahleni is where we are at the Witbank Dam. And high drama in race number 1. There was a bit of a racing incident out on the water, which has possibly, don't want to speak too soon until we've got all of the facts and permutations, but it could have ruined Ronan Dixon's chances of claiming that elusive South African championships. There was a racing incident out on the water, and we noticed in race number 1 that Ronan suddenly slowed, and we're going watching the action now, making his way past John Ross Duncan, and there's contact between the two of them, a racing incident, and unfortunately the back of Ronan's boat has had a hole punched through the different layers of carbon fiber, and the safer option is to rather park that boat, and so it looks like it has paved the way for Keegan Frankovitz to storm through and snatch the South African championship. Absolutely heartbreaking stuff for the Dixon Battery team to lose their premier driver, but it really, to us on camera, it seemed to be a racing incident and something that will be talked about for a long time. But that is the nature of the beast with Formula One powerboat racing, or racing in any form at that matter. It's never over until it's over. So Keegan Frankovitz going to have to keep it all neat and tidy. So we managed to catch up with a couple of the other drivers as well. That's Wynand de Jager in the Protein Lab boat number 44, sponsored by Bavua Holdings, as well as Protein Lab, Peace for Gaza, Peace for the Ukraine, and Buerta and Diesel Executive Motors from Verenigen. He's just, after race number 1, got that return race back under his belt. He was battling with the with trim set up on the boat, but he says he's a lot more confident now. He's actually having to over trim it, and then the last 3 laps of heat number 1, it went a lot better, and he actually made up a place or two. So we're expecting bigger, better things from Wynand de Jager in the 44 boat in this race. Who else did we speak to? Mornay Harold. He just said he got the start completely wrong. The sequence, the flag sequence, wasn't the same as it was at the previous round. So a lot of the drivers having jumped the start there. So I'm sure they'll put that behind them now for race number 2. It is going to be tricky with the sun conditions. The sun having sunk a lot lower. The drivers, when they go down the back straight, are going to be looking straight into the late afternoon sun. 20 past 4 already. We've still got another race after this. As soon as the F1s are off the water, the Formula 30s will line up for their last race of the day, and then they'll be followed by Heat 3 in the Formula 1. So quick changeover now for the rest of the afternoon to make sure that we get all 3 heats in the Formula 1 class. Keegan Frankovitz already lined up. Pole position for him. He'll be alongside the CC Crane Hire entry of Bruce Repsold. That's the number 13 boat. We chatted to Bruce as well, and also just a lot happier, getting used to the boat again, and expecting bigger and better things from Bruce in race number 2 as well. Michael Wessels reversing into the water now in the 46 boat. That's the Boaters World entry going in now. He had a big moment earlier on in the race where he tried to go through on the inside of Bruce Repsold and then sort of backed off, sort of disappeared out of the run-in for a while, but managing to finish in 4th place, I think it was, in race number 1. We also chatted to Dylan Moelman, his first race in Formula 1, and he was quiet and confident, happy with his performance, managed to keep it all together, and a great drive for him making his debut here in Formula 1. Chris Renske also having gone well. Renske in the 66 boat, that's right in front of us at the moment. Dylan Moelman moving into place now, racing in the colours of Car Shop and Bike Shop from Rivonia, as well as Dixon Premium Batteries. Fernand de Jager on his left hand side, the Velddrift Marine boat, the 111 of Mornay Herald, also sponsored by Boatyard from Club Mykonos, as well as Wingfield Motors, and then the CC Crane Hire Boat 13 of Bruce Repsold. And then our pole sitter, that is none other than Keegan Frankovitz from Dixon Premium Batteries. Just waiting for Michael Wessels to move into his allotted place. His crew arriving now to signal him in, and then it will be John Ross Duncan. I went and I had a look at John Ross Duncan, the damage to John Ross Duncan's boat, mostly superficial damage on the top side of his deck, so nothing too major. The carpet fibre still very much intact there. He moves out onto the water. You see him coming into camera shot now, so he'll be lining up on his place on the grid. So unfortunately that incident costing Ronan Dixon, the Dixon Premium Batteries team, very, very costly there, and basically robbing him of the South African Championship title. Michael Fourie comes running around after having loaded John Ross Duncan's boat into the water, signals him in now, so that'll be the last of the boats to move into place, and then we'll be good to go racing once again. Heat number 2 at the Boat and Caravan Club at Steve's Place, Barham Bay, Witbank Dam, Emalahleni in Mpumalanga province, South Africa. Nico Wessels on the radio to Michael, his son, just making sure that they have got everything all in place. John Ross Duncan see Dylan Moelman suddenly having gone from the grid, having looked to see where he has gone to. It looks like Dylan Moelman withdrawing from the race, so be interested to see what has happened there. He was lined up to start and has gone back to the jetty by the look of things. gone back to the slipway. So then, having lost 2 boats for heat number 2. Once again, a massive thank you to Wildcat Inflatables for the turn buoys that they have manufactured for the Formula 1 series. And then Dixon Batteries, Dixon Premium Batteries, for providing the live stream that we all enjoy in here today. And Feltrift Marine Services as well. Right, Carl Frankovitz with the flags this time around. Up we go. It will be back to international spec by the look of things. Yes, indeed. He crosses over. Flags will go up once again. There we go. We go racing, and a lot of people have an early bath or early shower. Keegan Frankovitz gets away well. Bruce Repsold on his outside. Mornay Herald, unfortunately, not getting out the dock as we have seen him do in the past. Frankovitz, the first of the boats around the turn buoy, followed by Repsold. Then it is Michael Vessels that has got ahead of Mornay Herald. Frankovitz just needs to keep it neat and tidy for this heat and the next heat, and he will have the South African champion. Oh, Bruce Repsold, big moment for him, flying that boat around the corner. Michael Vessels comes through. Choppy conditions now for the boats that are running sort of 3rd, 4th and 5th. Wynand de Jager got the boat trimmed up nice and high already. As we're saying, Keegan Frankovitz just has to keep it all together, and he's got the title in the bag. But knowing Keegan like I've known Keegan for many years, there's no such thing as half limits. He's going to push it all the way, as you can see he's already doing, opening up a big lead over Bruce Repsold. Repsold comes through now, nice and tight around the turn buoys for Bruce Repsold. He does get around the corners beautifully. The very aggressive looking lines of that Italian built Baba hull of Keegan Frankovitz. Aggressive, brutal, and super quick, especially with the 2.5 litre V6 pushing it now. Just talking to a couple of guys during the course of the weekend about the step up to the 2.5 motors. It really seems like the suggestion is going to be to run 2 separate classes once again. A race within a race, have the 2.5s and then a lights class like we used to have. Oh, moments there for Mornay Herald getting the boat very flighty. But getting back to running a lights class like we used to have in the old days for the older type wooden boats that we used to, if the boat was older than, considered older than 10 years old, and used to run it with a slightly different EFI pack. The chip in the pack used to be restricted to 8,000 RPM, where the F1s were running at 9,250 RPM. It just the boats just lasted a lot longer and weren't as expensive to run, and that's the option that's going to be given to the guys for the next season. Either you go the 2.5 route as they do internationally in the F1 H2O series, and then have the 2 litre EFI motor as a lights class. But Frankovitz looking absolutely unstoppable at this stage of the race, continuing to open up the lead. There's no holding back for him whatsoever as we watch Chris Renker going around there in the 66 boat. That's the PropFest Property Management and Develo Racing entry. He's had a great day so far. Bruce Repsold has been fantastic to see him behind the wheel of a boat again in the CC Crane Hire entry, and then also welcome back to Wynand de Jager. You can see the old Wynand de Jager starting to come through. He really likes to run that boat up nice and high. As we mentioned, the aggressive lines of the Baba hull, as same as Keegan Frankovitz's boat, but Wynand's one is slightly shorter. I think it was the F2 boat that he ran in the World Series. starting to make their way past the back markers now. Is Keegan Frankovitz, having gone past Chris Renke, and it looks like John Ross Duncan has definitely got a problem. He's not running at the pace that we saw him running earlier and porpoising around the circuit, so he's definitely picked up a problem in that engine. Watching Michael Wessels in the 46 machine go around. Heads up the back straight. Keegan Frankovitz comes through to complete another lap. We'll keep an eye out on how many laps are left in the race as we watch Michael Wessels once again. Back to Keegan Frankovitz, our race leader. The limping John Ross Duncan passes us now. Water conditions still very, very favourable for Formula One powerboat racing. Not a breath of wind has plagued us here today as we focus on John Ross Duncan again in the 99 boat, racing in the colours of JR Racing, Niels & Sons Boat Shop and Sunset Boats. The CC crane hire entry. Oh, it's not, just in the sun. That's Chris Renske, the 66 boat. It looked white as the afternoon sun caught it there. The moor hull of Michael Wessels still going well. That's the boat we were looking for early on. Bruce Repsold in the CC crane hire entry, having had a great day so far. Currently running second, chasing down race leader Keegan Frankovitz. Michael Wessels having closed up onto the back of Bruce Repsold. Possibly a problem there for Bruce Repsold as Keegan Frankovitz now runs up behind Mornay Herald. Mornay, not a man that would like to be lapped. He won't take that lightly. Knowing Mornay like I do, a very, very gritty competitor who gives it his absolute everything right up until the last minute. Michael Fourie having got past Bruce Repsold, so Bruce Repsold has got a problem. The 46 Boaters World entry. Oh, Michael Fourie, Michael Wessels, let's correct that. Michael Fourie having... Oh, white flag is out. We're on the last lap of the race. Michael Fourie having got past Bruce Repsold. Bruce Repsold is slowing. Fourie up into second. And Mornay Herald still holding back Keegan Frankovitz. When Frankovitz comes past here, he will... Paul, are we back live? Still got music in the background. Right, joining you live once again. We do apologize about the break in transmission as Keegan Frankovitz came through to take the race win. Michael Wessels took second. Unfortunately, somebody unplugged our power supply to the outside broadcast unit, and that caused the short break in transmission. But up and running once again we'll try and get the rest of the finishing positions for you. I think Bruce Repsold ended up in 3rd place, and from there on, I actually don't have any idea because the screen had gone completely blank. We'll try and pick up those positions for you and then bring them to you as soon as I have them. But as soon as the boats are off the water, Formula 30s will be back out for their 3rd and final race of the day. Then they will be followed by Heat 3 of the Formula 1s. Well, folks, it looks like the officials have taken the decision to abandon race 3 in the Formula 30s as well as Heat 3 in the Formula 1s. What it has done is it has given Keegan Frankovitz the slight edge over Ronan Dixon in the championship. The points still busy being calculated, but Turnboy already having been moved off the water. The rescue crew also moving off the water, and the officials deciding that they are running out of light. So in the interests of safety, they would rather abandon heats, Formula 3 heats, Heat 3 of the Formula 30s and Heat 3 of the Formula 1s. Bitterly disappointing for the massive amount of spectators that were waiting in anticipation for an exciting end to the Formula 30s. That one was going to go down to the wire, but it looks like Tristan Barnum have done enough to hang on to the win over what's her name, the young lady, Omariam Chunu. And in third place in that, it looks like it is, let's have a quick squiz, 79, 400, 500, James Sansom. Oh, James Sansom gets second and Omariam Chunu gets third place overall in the Formula 30s. The Formula 1 results are still being calculated. There's a lot of deliberation going on there. So we will wrap things up from what has been an epic event at the Boat and Caravan Club at Steve's Place on Witbank Dam at Emalahleni in the Mpumalanga province. That brings the South African 2023-24 season to a close. Once again, a massive thank you to all of the sponsors, the people behind the scenes that have put this all together, to the main sponsors, Dixon Premium Batteries, for the live stream, broadcasting the live stream from all of the events around the country. A massive thank you to you. And then to Feltriff Marine Services, Mornay Herald and his team at Feltriff Marine Services, a massive thank you to you as well. And then the last of the thank yous to, or not the last of the thank yous, to Wildcat Inflatables for manufacturing all of the turn buoys for the races around the country. And then Link Online, our internet providers. A massive, massive thank you to you guys as well. That just about wraps it up from this event. We look forward to launching the next season in the very, very near future. There will be a break for the winter months. We look forward to catching up with you at a powerboat event in the next powerboating event in the very near future. We head off down to Witbank Dam for, or not we, I head off to Inflatable Powerboat Nationals in 2 weeks' time, all the action happening there. So from me, Brendan Kelly, it is goodbye on behalf of Paul Bedford and Daryl Cookard. Cheers for now.